seems the hideaway's lost its appetite.
Can you blame them, with the skies as they are?
So, did you have that word with Tome?
I did, and he was as helpful as ever.
And what precisely will I be cooking up? Or is it better not to know?
Blueback wyvern liver. And, a herb known as Saint's Bonnet.
Ah, wyvern livers, was it? Well, at least it weren't actual worms, I suppose. Now then, you stay right where you are. I've got some cooking to do. Let's hope these grand old chefs of yore knew what they were on about. And here we have it. Fried mortress of skyworm. Ivan's offered to make sure it's fit for consumption. Well, I say offered. He as good as begged.
And rightly so. Is there any higher honour than partaking in a slice of culinary history?
So, not fit for consumption then?
What witchery is this? The crackle of the crust gives way to an almost violent richness. Yet, it is the piquant kiss of the saint's bonnet that tames this savage dish. It is a tour de force. A force of nature, even. A maelstrom of flavour and sensation. A graceful beast in
I think he likes it.
Well, I can't quite tell with all that nonsense he's talking. But I reckon you might be right.
Decent. It's remarkable. Sid, might I suggest that you command a party of your finest men and women to procure a dozen blueback wyverns forthwith?
I'll give it some thought.
It seems the hideaway's lost its appetite.
That book may be a veritable treasure trove, but the recipes are hardly what I'd call honest fare.
Oh, who needs honesty when they can have majesty? Our companions deserve only the very best. Did you see that?
Clive! Anything catch your eye? Think you can help?
I can hardly lift my arms.
You know how I feel about this, but your brother's stubbornness knows no bounds. I'm starting to think it runs in the family.
The girls here can have Otto and Gav and Gareth and Cole and all the rest. My heart beats for another. Now, if only Lady Taya would let me into the infirmary to see.
What do you reckon we should do?
Sid!
Hard at your studies, I see. And what is that? It's not a set of scales, is it?
No. Of course it isn't.
Well, not anymore, it's not. Oh!
And just how long hasn't it been one?
We're sorry.
But we didn't break them. We dismembered them.
Just like Miss Mididol showed us.
Miss Mididol? And why would she have you dismembering her creations?
Because that's the only way to become a ninja-neer.
Miss Mididol said, the best way to see how something worked is to take it apart and put it back together again.
Well then, your work is already half done. Carry on.
About that.
The taking apart was easy enough, but it's the putting back we can't work out.
Speak for yourself. The heavy thing goes at the bottom. Then...
You three need to learn to take responsibility. So let's have a look at these parts with fresh eyes, shall we?
Must have been magic keeping those scales together. It's the only explanation.
All right. Every piece has its own role to play, and each is, if even one of them is missing, the scales won't work. So let's think about what you already know one of the pieces. The body. Its role is to support everything else. This tiny piece is what's called a cogwheel, or gear. Have you ever seen one before?
I have. Miss Mirabelle's dungeon is full of them. Most are on the floor.
She puts them in all her inventions. They spin.
That's right. They're very useful when you want to make things move. Do you remember if there was anything on the scales that moved?
I remember the arm moved when I tried weighing an apple. And then...
It's not my fault. You shouldn't have...
You know what part's supposed to move and how it's supposed to move. So, let's put the pieces together first, see what doesn't move, and then stick the cogwheel to...
Not a bad idea. This is called the arm. Why do you suppose that is? It doesn't look...
You're right. It looks...
You've ridden in Chocobo before, haven't you, Sid? Will you...
I'll think about it.
hold things. So wait...
Good thinking. These round parts are called the pans. You all know what a pan is.
I do. Molly uses them in the kitchens to fry bangers.
But these aren't for frying bangers, you idiot. They're for weighing stuff.
But what if I wanted to weigh Goots? I don't think he'd fit on that little thing.
Probably not.
What are the chains for? Holding the pans up?
Well spotted. Which means something must hold the chains. So, now that we've taken stock of the parts and learned what...
I think we've got it.
Then here's what we'll do. You tell me what goes where, and I'll put the scales...
Well, obviously you need to start with the body. All the other pieces fit onto it, don't they?
And the arms go on the body, just like real arms.
Oh, and then the arms hold the pans by the chain.
Very good. All finished.
Yes! We did it!
Well, with Sid's help.
Oh, I just put the pieces together. It was you three engineers.
That's right. We're Miss Midadol's hairs.
Her hairs?
Yeah, hairs for the future. She's showing us her secrets now, so we can help...
What do you think, Sid?
With a little more help from Miss Midadol and Miss Shirley. I'd...
You hear that?
Until then, though...
Hey, look! We never used the cogwheel.
You don't think Sid forgot about it, do you? Didn't happen to forget anything, did you, Sid? Didn't happen to forget anything, did you, Sid?
There's a storm coming, Sid. Will there be thunder?
Well?
It was as you thought. The children had the scales, or the they dismantled them to see how they...
Oh, no, Mid will have...
Thankfully she won't. Although I was the one who ended up teaching...
I'm so sorry, Sid. I know. I shall see that the children are...
Please, there's no need. Mid seems to have taken the three of them under her wing. She'd have them follow in her footsteps.
I see. Sid, do you know why Mid has been spending so...
She told me it was because her studies have been interrupted by events in Canva.
No, it isn't. The university offered her a commission. In exchange for full tuition, room and board, they asked her to oversee the design of several new wars. To anyone else it would be an opportunity, but to Mid, who lost both her parents to war, it was a bitter pill. But that should come as no surprise. She's only ever cared about bringing people hope.
Which explains her heirs. She's working to give them a better life. And so should I.
Oh, you've given them far more than that. And I'm sure they're very grateful. If Mid is teaching my pupils her secrets, I suppose I should brush up on some of them myself.
Martha's got a big heart. It's a pity there's so many who are happy to take advantage of it.
Sorry, but if you're looking for a bed, there's none to be had right now.
Fate seem bent on driving me from my inn. But if they want me out, they're gonna have to try harder.
My lord, Marquis, is that you? It is you. I am Sebastian Rutherford, Chief...
Of course.
Yes, my lord.
And what was so sensitive that you couldn't put...
1,000 apologies, my lord. I did not...
It's all right.
I am here at Martha's Rest, at the tasked with learning what I am able of the realm's current state. And what I have learned is grim. The fall of the Mother, the subsequent darkening of the heavens, has only made things worse. Akashic attacks, once unthinkable. The gears of governance have ground to a halt. And without a steady hand, the realm threatens to drift. Your lord, uncle, however, believes there is a way to avoid this fate, and is...
That sounds like...
It is. Hence my having enlisted the aid of several colleagues serving the 7 high houses. Alas...
Alas...
I have lost contact with 2 of those colleagues already. They are both able-bodied and trained in the sword, yet in these dark...
So you want me to find them? I'll need to know where they went.
One I sent to investigate the Republic, the other the old imperial capital of Oriflamme.
That doesn't exactly narrow it down.
Thank you, my lord.
I shall... My associate in Dhalmekia would have had to pass through the Republic's checkpoints to gain entry to the capital. Perhaps someone in Dalimil or Tabor would have seen him.
It's not going to be easy finding one man in an entire republic. Let's hope someone here's seen something.
Mummy?
The gentleman of the town guard.
You wouldn't happen to know if the pieces that were stolen from my stall were recovered?
We haven't seen the last of those bastards. But when they attack again, we'll be ready for them.
Yeah!
Someone's got himself in trouble.
I don't see your master here, so you can start by giving us all the coppers in your purse.
I already told you, I have nothing.
Then maybe we'll take that pretty outfit and the steel you're wearing.
Please! These...
I'll deal with it.
Thank you.
You that one's master, then? If you'd kindly pay the coin he owes us, we can pretend you didn't draw your...
Or you can go back to your garrison and I won't report you to...
Oh, you're more than welcome to. He hasn't admitted...
I'd expect as much from Hugo's faithful, but these were men of the fist.
Much has changed in the Republican army since they lost their rock.
You've seen this kind of thing before, then?
Many times. I was sent here to observe the situation.
You're one of Rutherford's men. He sent me to look for you.
Well, then you have my thanks. I fancy I could defend myself against one, perhaps two, but a whole regiment. I arrived in Dalimil several days ago, but when I called upon the captain of the local garrison to make inquiries, his men confiscated my effects and locked me in a cell.
The captain is no more, and his men make the rules now.
Fortunately, I was able to bribe my way free, only to be stopped again by those soldiers you so kindly dispatched.
What of the Fist's Central Command? Surely they wouldn't allow such lawlessness amongst them.
I would imagine they are unaware of it. Most of the army has fallen back to the capital and hunkered down behind her walls. Those who weren't recalled now rule the fringes unchecked, answering to no one but themselves.
Then it's worse than we imagined. You should return to Rosaria. It's not safe here.
I'll find a caravan heading north. You won't mind if I borrow one of these soldiers' coin purses?
Not at all. Now, to find this second associate of Rutherford's. If he was bound for Oriflamme, I'll start at Northreach and see if I can pick up... There's a lot of road between here and the capital. Rutherford's man could be anywhere.
Ready, go? Faster!
What happened here?
If you're with the others, they've already relieved...
I'm not. I'm looking for someone who was...
Then you found him. I am Alistair Rockford, attendant to the Lady Ariane...
Of the 7 High Houses of Rosette. It's been a long time since last I saw my great... Is she well?
My Lord Marquis? Yes. Yes, she is. The Lady Dow... I was on my way back from the old capital when I saw some villagers being robbed on the road here.
Bandits?
They looked more like... It didn't matter in the end. I did what I could to help the victims.
Which way did they go?
South, toward...
All right. Founder knows I've met enough of their kind. You head back to Northreach. Visit the Vale. Tell them I sent you.
Thank you. I shall. It was only a short while ago that I was assaulted. If you hurry south, you may find those who did this.
They just couldn't resist, could they?
This one's ours, pretty boy.
Make for the town while you can.
You don't need to tell me twice. Many thanks, traveler.
This looks to be all of them.
I thought I told you to make...
And stand by, as ill might befall the heir to the ducal throne.
It's just Clive, which is more than can be said for you.
I will survive.
Strange that the garrison wouldn't intervene in such a brazen attack so close to their gates.
The garrison have their hands full inside the city. Some days they don't eat. There are few hands left to work the fields, and even fewer to... The market stalls are nearly bare, and the price for what remains is exorbitant. It's not uncommon to see a fight. When I said the ones who attacked me didn't have the look of bandits, I meant it.
Rockford, if you are to continue your investigation, you first need to seek the attention...
I shall return to Northreach, but allow me to thank you first.
Don't thank me.
I suppose he'll be wondering where... I shall send a Bastolus as soon as I'm able.
My uncle certainly has his work cut out for him. If it isn't already too late. I should go and tell Rutherford that his colleagues are still in one piece.
Wonderful creatures, chocobos are. They're fast, strong, loyal, and best of all, they will...
I see you're still here.
The Rest's location affords a constant flow of traders. Speaking of which, I received word from both my associates.
I only happen to be in the right place. They both seem to think the realm's prospects rather...
I am afraid that Grim. Storm is in crisis. And if we are to free her, we must work.
As it is mine.
I will see that your Lord Uncle is made aware of the situation in both Dhalmekia and Sanbreque. And inform him of your timely assistance, of course.
Company.
Yeah! We can use the ruins to cross the ravine. Assuming they will allow it. The Echoes have a will of their own.
Tell us about Yote, Joshua.
She's strong-willed, loyal, and deadly with a blade. Much like Clive, but with better manners.
I do. Where are you off to now, then? Bound for the Free Cities, perhaps? Oh, no need to say if you'd rather not. We all have our reasons. Ain't exactly feeling like sharing with strangers myself at the mo. Truth be told, I could do with a bit of inspiration. Don't know which way to turn no more. Was doing a roaring trade back in Oriflamme. Right up until the poor Drake lost her noggin. So, thought I'd try me luck in the desert. And Fang went the same way. And don't get me started on the mess in the bloomin' Dominion. Suppose I could try Camber next. But knowing my luck, the old place be crawling with the works right inside me store. As I always say, where there's crisis, there's opportunity. The opportunity to mint Gil, that is. So, where to next? Is there any money to be made in Ash? Do orcs even carry Gil?
You're injured. What happened here?
It swallowed. My own men did this. There's a village not far from here. We can't.
I'll go.
Thank. Forgive me, Lord Kuka.
Rest well, soldier. You said the encampment was close. Let's hope the Akashic are still there.
Another ether flood. They're everywhere now.
We can't go round it.
Then we'll just have to be careful.
Good. I got here in time.
Is someone there? Please, I can't move my leg.
That doesn't sound like an Akashic. You're with the battalion?
I am. I heard the fight.
Taken care of. One of your brothers in arms told me.
Another survivor. He was right to send you. The Tabor is safe thanks to you. You seem familiar.
You must have me confused.
Wait. That scar. Son of a whore. You're Sid. I was there in Costness when you killed my brothers. I was there in Rosalith when you killed my commander.
My war with Hugo Kupka is over. I bear no...
What of my ill will? Coward!
Fine. If you insist.
For Tyson!
You're in no fit state to fight.
And this should be easy for you. Come on. Kill me!
For what? The sins of your master. You and I have no quarrel, and I will not strike a man.
No. Lord Kupka told us of your crimes. You are an outlaw. A murderer, not some...
Man. Like you or any...
I am nothing like you. But if you're not gonna kill, just know that I will find you, Sid. You will regret not killing me when you had a chance, Sid. I will avenge my master.
Good girl.
You're nearly there.
Have you been to Tabor before?
There are a few places I haven't.
You deserve a rest.
Welcome, travelers. We don't get many visitors here in Tabor.
Where now, Joshua?
There is a residence just inside the city gates. She awaits us within.
You wouldn't happen to have a decent whetstone in there, would you?
Sure I can. So it's these stones to Canva, and the rest of the boxes to Dalman.
the sky go back to how it was.
That Cyril fella's an odd fish, don't you think?
Well, scholarly sorts like you always are.
How are those new boots treating you?
They're fantastic.
Decent quarry's been hard to find since the sky's turned.
It has indeed.
Here's the scraps you were after.
Thanks. Can't do without that.
You can go inside if you want, but stay quiet.
These aren't ready for sale, if that's what you're thinking. And I'll thank you to keep your hands to yourself.
My Lord Marquis, it is an honor. I am Yote, Knight of the Undying, charged with the protection of His Grace Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix.
Of course. It all makes sense now.
Would you care to elaborate?
The Undying are loyal servants to the ducal throne. Or more specifically, to its heir. They have served our family for generations, albeit from the shadows.
Since their inception, they have been tasked with the preservation and enactment of the rites of ancestral communion. After the events at Phoenix Gate, it was the Undying who delivered me to safety. And since the day I left Rosaria, Yote has been my constant companion and protector. Without her sword, I would not have survived my journey across the realm.
Rise, Lady Yote. You saved my brother. I owe you a debt I can never repay.
I but did my duty.
Come now. Tell us what you've discovered.
Your Grace. It is as you feared. The vessel we spied off the coast of the Crystalline Dominion on the night of her fall. It was the Einherjar. Beyond any doubt.
The Black Galleon.
Joshua, the Einherjar is the Royalists' flagship. What business would they have in the Dominion?
Upon learning of Waloed's involvement in recent events at Drake's Fang, I sensed the malign influence of Ultima, and bid Yote and the Undying look into the matter.
We have reason to believe that the Black Galleon weighed anchor shortly after the fighting began, and set a course due south.
For Canva. Then it is Waloeda knights who besiege the cities.
What is left of them, yes. And the Black Galleon sails at but one man's behest. Barnabas Tharm.
But are we truly safe here in the Agora?
The city guard have been paid, if that's what you're implying.
All the more reason for them to run.
Well, you are free to leave, Lord Minister.
Markets abandoned, warehouses aflame, blackened hulls choking every port in the capital. Canva is ruined.
The realm teeters on the brink of chaos, and all you can think about is commerce!
Forgive us. We were not aware Dhalmekia now subsisted on charity.
How dare you!
Distinguished members of the Council, you must forgive His Majesty this intrusion.
What is the meaning of this?
A trifle crowded, but I fear it will have to serve, my liege.
Very well.
My colleagues, do you not see? The King! He has come to save us from the Akashic! He is a gift from the heavens, divine intervention, our very salvation.
And of course, if it is compensation he requires, we would be most willing to negotiate a fair price for services rendered.
Fools. Your ignorance unbecomes you.
Your Majesty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would swear that the fiends washing the cobbles of Canva with the blood of her citizens wear the colors of Waloed. Ha! So you do not deny it. Guards, fetter them, and see our guests to the dungeons!
Enough. Pathetic creatures. That you should imagine yourselves worthy of salvation. The girl is still here, somewhere in the city. Her consciousness fair dripping with her late father's hubris. A consciousness to which Mythos is inextricably bound and inexorably drawn. See that he is made welcome.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Come, Mythos. Surely the prince's light cannot have sated you.
So then, how long has Waloed been under Ultima's control?
How long indeed? Based on what we know of Barnabas's actions, I would guess some few years, mayhap more.
But to what end? What does Ultima want?
The tapestry. Show them.
By the flames.
Phoenix Gate, Drake's Breath, and now here. But what is it?
It is old, ancient, even. Naught remains of the faith it represents, save what can be gleaned from the image itself. None could tell me what the one in the apothecary meant, even the Undying. But I believe it may be the key to discerning Ultima's purpose. That figure in the center, the one beneath whom the icons congregate, that I believe to be Ultima. He is a god, or at least godlike, his very existence beyond our ken. The icons, and by extension their dominance, are meant to be his subjects, and while some, like Barnabas, have accepted this role, others have rejected it, like you, Clive, which is rather inconvenient, as it appears he needs you most of all. And gods don't like to be disobeyed.
No, I don't suppose they do.
Clive, may I tell Yote of the lake?
By all means.
Yote, I will be accompanying my brother to the Free Cities. Whilst we are afield, I would have you watch over those Clive has made his wards. Omielos delan tuisag ilith. Though well concealed, the hideaway lacks trained fighters to defend its occupants should they be discovered.
But it is my duty to...
As it has ever been my brother's duty, remember.
If that is your wish, Your Grace. But please be safe. If aught were to befall you,
You have my word.
Farewell, my lord, my lady.
We are in your debt, Yode.
Let's find our friends.
It's plain she cares for you very deeply.
And I her, which is why I had to let her go.
Welcome, welcome. Go safely.
What brings you to our humble village, young man? If it's our artisans you're here to see, then please. But do try not to interrupt their work.
Is that blade for hire, perchance? Because I have a mind to...
Figuratively, I hope.
Well, yes, a passing caravan carried with it a rumor most fortuitous for one in my trade. That an elder Dread Evis had been... Dread Evis are aggressive beasts. Compelled as they are to acts of violence, few survive to maturity. But those...
Do you want to sell?
Eventually, yes. Though I would have it tanned first that it might be crafted into Dread Evis skin is a rare thing indeed. But the worked hide of a well-aged beast... Now, that would fetch such coin that Gilbert himself might bring me that beast's skin, and I will share with you the...
All right. I'll hunt your Evis.
Of course you will. When one lives in such troubled times, it is a fool who lets opportunity slip his grasp. Leave Tabor through the east gate, but take the path that branches west. Once you reach the checkpoint at Tovany, you are a mere stone's throw from the fields of Carava. I eagerly await your safe, and above all, triumphant. A fortune in skin and scale awaits any man with a will to claim it for his own. Leave Tabor by that path and venture west. The ancient beast roams the fields of Carava, not far from the Tovany gate. You! Finally.
Is something wrong?
At the university, the students would hang on my every word. Sadly, this far from home.
The university?
A specialist in ancient cultures. The most in my heyday. No obstacle could have kept me from my studies. Yet here I am, a wizened windbag. The answers I seek lying just beyond my... Would you do an old man a kindness and brave the stairs?
Climb the stairs
And memorize a few... some courteous soul is rumored to have carved clues to Tabor's rich history into stones, dotted... 3 of them, to be precise. one each to the north, south, and east. I'm here in the hope that those carvings might shed light on a riddle I've been, namely, the otherwise undocumented origins of Tabor's unique people. People quite unlike those.
I can't promise I'll remember everything.
Remember what you can. I'll piece together the rest. Make for the domed pavilions.
How are those new boots treating you?
Beneath the flood, yes.
Cyril. How fares the search?
Well, Your Grace, my report shall be with you ere long.
Ah, yes. Yotei is otherwise engaged, at my behest.
And the duty of wardenship?
Fulfilled. For as you see, I've been reunited with my first shield.
I am Cyril, Knight of the Undying and bearer of the Burning Quill, charged with chronicling the mortal deeds of His Grace, Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix and rightful Archduke of Rosaria.
I entrusted Cyril here with overseeing the investigation into Ultima's origins. Findings from his brothers and sisters afield are delivered here to be collated and catalogued.
Just how many Undying are there?
Not nearly enough, milady. Yet we are glad to give our all in service to the Phoenix. Such is, and has ever been, our creed.
I see.
You have your associates, I have mine. But you may now think of them as ours. That won't be a problem, will it?
The Phoenix is our sun, and we but the shadows that quicken in his radiance. It is from the darkness that we serve, both him and now you. Pray accept this token. For as long as you bear it, members of our order will reveal themselves unto you. If there is nothing further.
No. You are
Your Grace.
To Canva, then.
We'll talk about this later. Cyril seemed very, You certainly keep strange bedfellows, Joshua. Let's go. Faster!
Come on. Straight home now. You're on my side, Toggle. Shouldn't have messed with the leader of the pack, eh, boy?
Ready, go?
Faster!
Company.
Old he may be, but it looks like there's still plenty of fight in him yet. Sooner it's off my hands, the better. Here's your hide, as requested.
I worried you might never return. Quickly, let me see. Oh, as supple as a maiden's cheek, yet as adamant as her virtue. This is everything I had hoped for, and more. Clearly, my trust in you was not misplaced. You must be a hunter of considerable talent to have bested the beast with nary a scratch. Join me as my honored partner. With my means and your might, we shall be as wealthy as the merchant kings of Zemeckis.
I don't plan on making a habit of this. I'm busy enough as it is.
Very well. Though I believe fate had a hand in our meeting, it would be unbecoming of me to beg. Do not allow me to keep you from... being about your business. Here, for the hide. This is hide unlike any I've had the pleasure of handling. My clients will pay a fortune for the merest scrap. This is hide unlike any I've had the pleasure of handling. Farmers must have settled here in Tabor.
Thank you for the dealer.
What golden plains might the wanderers have called home, I wonder?
Have you noticed the elder has been...
Not a scratch on them.
So it's these stones to Canva, and the rest of the boxes to Dal.
Why won't the sky go back to how it was?
No history would be complete without mention of the mother crystals. I should speak to the old scholar before I forget everything I've read.
Well, scholarly thoughts like you.
How are those new boots treating you?
The engravings were in good repair, considering their age.
Oh, what that I could have seen from... come, don't tease me now. Let's start with...
Guardians of the Crystal, the first stones of Tabor, sacred hold thy noble blood, till ends the mother's labor. I'm pretty sure that was it.
Fascinating. It would seem the founders of this city were descendants of those fallen charged with protecting the mother crystals. But whatever could have driven the Guardians so far from their sacred charge? The engraving to the north, isn't it?
Wanderers of the Golden Plains, lay your roots in stone. With pride recall thy noble past, and make these rocks a home. Or, I think that was it.
No doubt you're right. There are vestiges of nomadic customs in Tabor. Its guardian roots could never account. This is proving most
Children of the hunters, now tillers of the land, reap her promised blessing and give praise her gracious hand. That's all three.
And so, we add primitive farmers to Tabor's founding peoples. The final 3 engravings. One for each of the 3 peoples to have settled Tabor and ancient guardians of the Mother Crystal. Wanderers from across the plains. And last, but certainly not least, hunters. Little wonder it was so difficult to trace the roots of Tabor's culture. Those roots reach down through 3 distinct nonetheless, one cannot help but wonder why this fact is not better known among scholars. given that the stones stand here for all to see.
Too many stairs, perhaps.
Ha! Too many. For years, I have pondered the mysteries of Tabor's founding. Would that I had made the journey as a younger man, when stairs held none of their terror. For years, I have pondered the mysteries of Tabor's founding. Would that I had made the journey as a younger man, when stairs held none of their terror.
How are those new boots treating you?
Beneath the flood, yes.
Ah, Lord Rosfield. I'm afraid I cannot stay to talk. I must leave to collect the reports of our spies in the field. Now that you wear the Phoenix down, our brothers and sisters will no doubt reveal themselves to you too. Farewell, my lord, and may the Firebird's flame burn ever in your heart.
The free city's under siege? Who would have thought?
There are horrible beasts down that way. Ashen terrors who'll kill you as soon as look at you. Would that I had the strength to kill them first.
Ready, girl?
Orcs. Then let us be rid of them.
Thanks, girl. Run like the wind. Time to fight.
smoke.
Is the city fallen?
The free men are still holding their own, then.
Do we have any idea where Gav and the others might be?
There's a warehouse near the docks where we agreed to meet if there was any trouble. We should hurry.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
You know what you have to do. Clive, I fear that I must bid you farewell. As you know, our time grows short. The Lord Chief Justice's vultures are circling. We must strike now. Before we part, I want you to know that, though I may not always have been your most vocal ally...
Thank you. I appreciate the sentiment. And I understand that his revenge...
It is the one I found, and it is all that I have lived for.
But what of Lostwing?
I built Lostwing to achieve this aim. Once it is done, the village will have served. My comrades and I are sure of our cause, and we shall fight. But there are those among us who cannot fight. I would place Lostwing in their hands, if I thought it would do them any. But a village home only to the frail and the infirm is not likely to stay. And so, Clive, I find... Will you take them to your hideaway? That they might live, even should Lost...
I will.
Thank you. I will not have it said that I did not see to the well-being of those who rallied to my cause. The people I speak of have withdrawn to Gotan's Bales, away from danger in case the Black Shields strike.
Understood. I'll make sure they get to the hideaway safely.
Then the last of my preparations are complete. Fare you well, Clive, and may Griga guide us. Those who cannot join us in the coming fight are gathered at Gotan's Bales. I would ask that you see them to safety.
I'll search the village one last time for any stragglers. Then join Moss, the Quinton, and get some justice.
That'll do, girl. Everyone, Quinton has asked that you come with me. He can no longer guarantee your protection, but I can. There's a...
Well, if that's what the master... Sid, none of us would be standing here today if it weren't... We owe him our lives. So we ain't about to start telling him what he should do with... If he's saying we ain't safe in Lostwing no more, and if that's what has to happen, then so be it. But we get to see Jack.
I hope so too.
Oi! You lot! Where's everyone else?
They've gone with Master Quentin.
Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
What's wrong?
I've just come from the Justice's manor. We have to get Quentin to call off. It ain't just the Black Shields protecting the place. He's got a guard dog and all. They don't stand a chance against that thing. They're all gonna fucking...
Sid! Don't worry about us. We can't let Quentin die before...
All right. I'll do what I can. Where is this manor?
It's way over to the east, through the woods.
Promise us, Sid.
The manor's to the east of Lostwing, through the woods. Quentin and the others will be halfway there already. You have to hurry.
Please, Sid, you've got to catch up with him.
I still haven't paid Quentin back for saving my life. So don't let him die. Not yet.
Let's go. Run like the wind.
Clive, look.
No. Don't tell me we're too late. Quentin, are you all right?
No. But, which is more than I can say for my comrades. They followed me, without question, all...
This must be the guard dog. Quentin. I'll hold it off. You go.
But...
Your comrades didn't die for nothing. They died for you. Don't let their sacrifice be...
I won't.
Come on, then.
That is your new guard dog.
No. It's a rabid beast that needs to be put down. Enough! If only we'd arrived earlier. Is it over?
It is. He wept and begged for mercy. And I cut him from ear to ear. Just as I dreamed of doing all my plans. Building a haven in Lostwing, it was all for this. But what is? My faithful comrades. All those lives lost.
Quentin.
Master Quentin! Oh.
You.
And so are you. I'm so... It's Lostwing.
What? Lostwing. My Lostwing.
And look who's here.
They must have stolen in after we left, just before the flood struck. What if there are still people in there?
Don't be a fool!
Damn it.
It's not going to last long in there.
Then we finish this quickly.
Stay down! To get back to Quentin. Quentin! Quentin! Look at me! Thank the Founder. He hasn't turned.
Welcome back to the land of the living.
Is Lostwing?
The flood has filled the valley.
I see. Then all is a strange way to achieve...
No, Master Quinton.
Why? All that I strove for is gone. I have nothing that...
Well, the heck are you on? You've got us, ain't you? Don't try telling me you only freed us so you could get revenge.
But I prayed and I prayed. Can't we just go back to how it was?
Your work ain't over yet. We believed that you were the right man to...
Your village may be lost, so long as you remain to guide them.
But why? Why would anyone...
Because we're family.
Family?
Yeah. And all our comrades who went with you, they felt Lostwing weren't just a village. It was all of us.
It was. And as long as we're still here...
We can start again. Build a new Lostwing.
A fresh start. One life ends. Why just a village? What's to stop us?
That's the master...
Please. Quinton will after all. Permit me to withdraw my request. I will no longer be needing your help in looking after my...
I'll pretend you never asked.
But you must be rewarded for your efforts on our behalf.
A bottle or two of your finest red will suffice.
Of course. Nothing. And I have a feeling that this year, if you don't mind waiting...
I look forward to it.
They are right, you know. Lostwing can be rebuilt. It was more than a mere village. More than a staging ground for revenge. It was a vision of how life might be. Of how we who have suffered can come to find family again.
I'd have followed Quinton to that manor if I could have done, and I'll keep following him now. Wherever that surly bastard cares to lead us.
Quinton's gonna build us new Lostwing, and I'm gonna help.
I made sure our fallen comrades were laid to rest. And they can rest easy, knowing that their sacrifice wasn't in vain. That justice was done. As for us survivors, well, we've just got to keep at it. Keep the family together. For their sakes.
If we're going to do this, we'll need help.
Then we'll have to find it, and fast. We cannot let this chance pass us by. Clive, your timing is impeccable. It just so happens that right at this very moment, we're in need of someone with your talents.
And what talents would those be?
Why, your fearlessness, and your...
I'm listening.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, when these dark skies swept over the Republic, so too did Randalar has been particularly badly affected. Many of the capital's bearers have lost their masters, or taken the opportunity. None remain free for long, of course. Most find themselves under the protection of the Fist, but the army too is in disarray, and finds itself unable to provide for its new charges. Which means...
And you've been looking to buy, to make sure these masterless bearers remain that way.
Precisely. It's the perfect opportunity to free dozens more, and for an attractive price, no less.
So where does my skill with a blade come in?
Though we may have the funds to buy these bearers, we have nowhere to house them. So we've been searching for a place where they can be resettled. Somewhere far from the prying eyes of those who would see them enslaved once more. And we believe we have found one. Cashlock. A small The place was abandoned a long time ago. But when the men moved...
And so we seek the aid of a fearless swordsman to encourage them to look elsewhere. You'll help.
How could I refuse?
Excellent. Theo, if you wouldn't mind making arrangements for the transportation of our guests as we...
Of course. Leave everything...
Sounds like you'll have your work cut out for you.
I will. We have an entire village to stock and fare. Even if I begin right now, I'll be working day and night. So I'd better get started. Try to clear the place out before the wagons roll in, won't you?
I'll do my best.
You will find a village in Chaidra's Thread, past Leitney's Cleft. My man there will open the gate for you.
All right.
I'm sure you won't need it. Pass through Leitney's Cleft, and you'll see what's left of Cashlock down in the valley.
Ready, girl? Fly, Ambrosia. Be safe.
Oh, you're a friend of the... who's in caravans. And by the look of you, I'd say you were the help they told me was on its way. Cashlock's just down there, if you'd be so kind.
This must have been a nice place once.
It will be again. You're finished.
All yours, Torgo! Now, Torgo! Stay down! Now, Torgo! Over here! This
I think that's the last of them.
I think you're right. Let's head back to Boklad. Something the matter, Theodore?
Quiet. Those are our terms. I trust...
I shall.
Him again.
Someone you know?
Yes. And, no. But enough about him.
It's done.
You made quick work of it.
I should go and let Ella...
Don't let me keep... but Clive, don't tell her I was watching. She'll only get upset. I'll explain everything once you've finished.
All right. Eloise, I just got back from Cashlock. The village should be safe now.
Thank you, Clive. Here. Well then, now that you have laid the groundwork for... I suppose we'd better... The first thing we'll need to do is make sure our offer for the bearers is...
You're still in negotiation?
We are. A trusted colleague has been dealing with the Fist on our behalf, but things have been trickier than we anticipated. I suppose it's to be expected. This is the army we're dealing with. Fighting's what they do. But we shall emerge victorious in the end.
Well, if you need any help...
I'm not sure I do.
Ah, Clive.
You wanted to talk?
The man I was watching earlier, the one speaking to he represents the Silver Peak Consortium.
I don't think I've heard of them.
Well, every trader in Dhalmekia has. They operate across the length, and they're still expanding. And judging by her reaction earlier, I'd say she...
And you'd rather she did?
I would rather she did what makes... And I would never deny her such... Eloise saved me from slavery. And we have striven to save others like me. But this was not the life my sister wanted, nor... I won't let her give up on her dreams again. She freed me from my bond, and she must be freed from...
You're a good man, Theo.
I have always been grateful for what my... And I want to repay the favor. But each time an opportunity to do just that arises, she
loves you.
And I love her. Which is why I want this time to be different. To show... Though I'm sure I'll still need some help from time to time.
Always.
Thank you, Clive. Well then, I had better get back to work. These bearers aren't going to move themselves. That's a job for the Crimson Caravans. This could well be the last commission the Crimson Caravans undertakes. Under present management, at least. But don't tell my sister I said that, will you?
It's only a matter of time before the army agree to our terms. You'll see.
Clive.
Oh?
You remember how some of Sir Wade's guardians took up residency? Well, now the rest have come to join him. Seems their barracks in the Lazarus have been lost. Now, I don't mind having a few more brave boys around to keep them animals at bay. I ain't daft, but we ain't got nowhere for 'em to bed down. Poor buggers are having to make do with hayloft. I'd build 'em a new barracks here if I... But where would I put 'em? They're just in... Which leaves us in a bit of a pickle. The people we're counting on to keep us safe are living like
I see.
And it isn't just that lot. There's bearers to think. There's been more and more of them turning up lately, coming from all over. Look, but there's only so many we can shelter with the room. We can't keep cramming more and more people into less and less space. What we need is a new... And that's what I was hoping you might help me with. If it ain't too much of a
It's no burden.
Thank you, Clive.
So?
Well, I reckon we could do a lot worse than...
Eastpool. It's been a long time since...
It was a tragedy, what happened. And if any of us could have done anything... But what's done is done. And those who lived there wouldn't have wanted the village they loved to be left in ruins.
I suppose you're...
The blight might be pressing in, but I reckon it's got a good few years. There's just one problem. A band of cutthroats have made it their den. And they don't seem like the nasty bastards they are too. I've lost some good men. Would have sent someone to clear 'em out sooner if my boys didn't already have their hands full fending off the Akashic. But now we've got a few more guardians of the flame to call on. I reckon it's time we made our move.
I do. Eastpool was once home to people I loved. I won't have bandits sully those memories.
And I know the men will gladly follow you. I've already shared a few thoughts with Sir Wade about how we might be able to win the... And I dare say he's got some ideas of his own too. Why don't you...
Of course.
Reckon Eastpool would make a nice little home for a few bearers and guardians with a mind to make a go of it. Once those blasted bandits have been sent packing, that is.
Back to Eastpool, then.
Not just yet. Let's hear Wade's plan first. So, Wade.
And you, Lord Rossfield.
I spoke with Martha. She tells me you have plans to free East...
That's right. Though I rather fear my men have been treading on her toes somewhat since joining us. Not to mention each other's. And then there are the bearers. Men and women who found the courage to flee their We need somewhere to settle them. And I can think of worse places than Eastpool.
As can I. Which is why I agree.
That's very kind of you. With you beside us, we shall soon send that rabble of rogues...
So?
That thankfully there aren't too many of them. Fewer than a dozen, and rather less, thankfully. The road that leads there will more than likely still be crawling with a small force would suffice to clear the village. But if the Akashic were to follow them in, that force could end up trapped between a rock and a very hard place indeed.
I'll head into Eastpool and deal with the bandits. You and the Guardians can stay outside the village and fend off any Akashic who come too close. Make sure I'm not taken unawares.
I can't ask you to bear all that risk yourself,
The Akashic are the bigger risk.
Well, if you're... I shall summon my men at...
Shall I wait for you here?
No need, my lord. You go on ahead.
All right.
We shall see you there. And may victory await...
Who the hell are you? Kill them!
You will leave this place.
Or face the consequences. That's the end of that, then. Or maybe not. What's that thing doing here? Doesn't matter. It goes too.
I'm hurt, Torgal. To me, Blades!
Any more surprises? I'll take that as a no.
Bravo. A magnificent display, my lord.
You were watching. I thought you were keeping an eye...
We were. Put down more than a few on the road, then arrived just in time to see...
Let's hope it was the last of its kind. Though I expect you and the...
I would hope so.
Your men will be bringing the bearers who'll be living... It might be best to send word for them to come right away.
Of course. I'll leave it with me.
Home. No.
That's all of them. And not a... Now to begin the important work. It won't be easy. Especially not after 5 years of beasts and blackguards. The masonry might still be sturdy enough, but half the beams are rotted. Those that weren't lost in the fire or burned. It'll take a bit of elbow grease. But we...
So wait. Lady Hannah is buried, if you don't mind. I'd like Oscar to join the rebuilding effort.
Of course.
I'll let Martha know that everyone arrives. If you need anything more, you have only to send a stola.
And we will, my lord.
Eastpool lives again.
Let's go and tell Martha the good news.
First things first, we'll need to get a few of these roofs seen to. Wouldn't want to be caught in a storm without any shelter.
I'd better get this well back in working order. If we're gonna live here, we'll need something to drink.
Guardians of the Flame were true friends to the rest. They fought our enemies, manned our barricades, joined us on our patrols. Now they're gone, I suppose it's back to double shifts.
Can't say it wasn't a relief to see the better part of the Guardians finally taking their leave. We'd barely had room to breathe, what with them and us and all the...
Ah, there you are. Sir Wade told me you got rid of the bandits while his lot kept an eye out. And what's all this about? Some shape-shifting? On second thoughts, it'll only give me nightmares of me own. What matters...
I suppose it will be.
What else? Sir Wade said it best. There's plenty bad happened to that place. But that don't undo the good that happened there. No need to throw the baby out.
Did Wade say that?
Well, something along... Anyway, the poor souls might have made it to Eastpool. But their work's the way I see it. If it's food, or lumber, or strong backs they need...
Thank you, Martha.
No, thank you.
I wanted to.
Eastpool's been in ruins for years. So wonder any of it's still standing. But with a bit of lumber, a lick of paint, and a lot of hard work, they'll make a home of it yet.
Are the bearers taking well to their new home, do you know? I sometimes worry how they'll manage without me to cook and clean for them.
Sounds like thunder.
You're late. I was starting to think you'd stumbled off a cliff.
I seem to recall that was you, Gav.
Good to see you. Any trouble on the road?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
I knew you'd come. Is that who I think it is?
Yes.
Allow me to introduce my brother, Joshua.
Clive's told me all about you. Or even listening most of the time. Name's Midadol, but everyone calls me Mid.
My lady.
Hey?
My boy.
Uncle Byron.
It's really you. I never thought I'd see the day.
So these Akashic are being controlled?
That's what it looked like. Empty eyes, eerie blue glow. No doubt they were turned, but silent as monks, every last one of them.
Your man here speaks true, Clive. We saw more than a few in this city. They moved in ranks with a purpose, and not of their own.
Ultima's doing.
Perhaps.
What of the city? The people?
Dead, mostly.
Mostly, but not all. A handful managed to lock themselves in their villas before the Horde arrived. Some in the merchants' district to the west, and a few others on the far bank.
If the Akashic stumble across either hiding place, a few bolted doors won't hold them for long. We need to find them. And quickly.
What do you propose?
We split into two parties. I will make for the merchants' district, while you look to those across the river. Mind keeping an eye on my brother?
Not at all. We find the villa and try the servants' entrance.
Understood.
And what of us?
Mid, is she fit to sail?
The ship, the mithril engine could probably do with a few more tweaks.
Then you better work fast. Even if we do reach the survivors in time, they'll never make it to the hideaway on foot.
You leave that to me.
See that Mid doesn't get herself into trouble, would you?
Think I can manage that?
I'll keep him safe.
Looks like you stuck with me, Byron.
That's Lord Rossfield, you little gutter snipe!
Shall we then?
And you keep Clive safe.
Be careful. Both of you.
You too.
All right, Torgal. Let's find those survivors. They don't stand a chance against those things. those leaders gather, there may still be survivors inside. going on here?
You've caused quite the commotion. But then I would expect no less from you, Muthos.
You again. I don't believe we've been introduced. You were in my family's crypt, and now you're here, with an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like... you and me. Albeit one's unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this. Pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty. The vessel shall not be spoiled. I am Sleipnir of House Harvard, and you will yield. Or not. As long as you don't hold back. You will forgive me if my performance seems uninspired. It is just that I expected so much more from our chosen one. Perhaps this will kindle your flame?
What now?
A gift from my liege lord's armory. Gungnir. Watch closely, Muthos. Yes! Enjoying yourself?
Nice try.
The vessel is strong. My liege.
Clive!
You're all right.
As are you, I see.
We are, yes.
I'm sorry, but we couldn't save them.
It was over before we arrived.
Well, you did what you could. I fear we were all too late. What's wrong?
Nothing. I hope.
Leaving so soon, Mythos?
It's the king.
Indeed. You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm, Warden of Ash and King of Walud.
Get back.
Wild and impetuous. I expected more of the boy who bested my Lord Commander. Yet I see why my master covets you so. The power within you, Mythos. The potential.
Stop calling me Mythos.
But Mythos is everything. The cornerstone of all creation. The Lord's vessel. Your purpose.
My purpose? To surrender my mind and body to that thing. No, Your Majesty. My purpose is my own. I made a promise to my friends, to my people. And nothing is going to stand in my way.
You would allow this delusion of free will to bar your path to greatness? Truly, your volition is a cancer. One that must be excised.
Try it.
As all the rest.
Joshua!
Oi! Oi! This way! Hurry!
Power beyond reckoning, and they use it as a crutch. Such a waste.
Will he be all right?
The phoenix can mend flesh, but the spirit must recover on its own. I'm afraid the rest is up to him. This place is remarkable. Outfitting it must have been no small feat. But why go to such trouble?
That beauty's belly's filled with wonders the world ain't ready for. If the guilds caught wind of what we were up to, they'd all want a piece. All right?
And how is he? Do not blame yourself. He was barely breathing when you brought him here. We would have lost him if it were not for you.
No. Barnabas may have severed nigh every sinew in my brother's body. But he made certain the wounds were not fatal.
Nigh every sinew?
Allow me, your lordship. Don't know what I was thinking, putting you to the trouble like that.
'Tis no trouble carrying comestibles to my ailing nephew.
I know, but you've already done so much for us. Pouring your gil into the hideaway and now the ship. I don't want to take the piss.
You risked your life. And for what? Some girl you hardly know. Why'd you do it? You not mad or something?
I wouldn't go that far.
Clive!
You're awake, my boy. Oh.
All I want to do is help. And the world won't save itself. It was Sid. Your father, who taught me that.
Sounds like him.
Don't you dare do that again.
What of the royalists?
Fucked off, the lot of them, along with the galleon. With the king on board, no doubt. Behind here, I wouldn't sail without him. Clive. Jill didn't come back.
What do you mean?
She kept the king busy while the others dragged you out.
It's all right, Mid. Jill is fine.
The ether of her icon endures. And as long as it does, we can be certain she is alive.
We must pursue the Black Galleon. Jill will be with the king, I'm sure of it.
Well, good luck catching him, because my ship's going nowhere. It's the Mithril engine. She's got a kick like a wild chocobo and a mind to tear the hull in half.
But you have an idea.
Well, of course I do. My dad'll have seen this coming a league off. If I had his old writings...
If you had his old writings, you'd be sitting under a fuckload of rubble. The ones Otto didn't save anyway. I suppose he might still have a few pages in his stores.
We'll have to hope it's enough. Do what you can to ready the ship. I'll speak with Otto.
In your condition, you really are mad.
Perhaps. But the world really won't save itself. Right. Gav said that Otto might know something.
Clive.
If you're gonna buy some, be quick about it. Finished, are you?
What's that for you, dear? That it? Fine.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. Is that all?
Trouble with your gear, or... What's that for you, dear? That it? Fine. So what do I owe the honour? What's that for you, dear? Not my best work, but it'll do. You can thank me later. Anything else?
If it's knowledge you seek, we've tons of plenty.
Oh! There's no one like our Nan. Your lad's worth double that. And I've never looked back. Be seeing ya.
My Lord Marquis, that some of my fellow guardians are to build a new home there, both for themselves and for Madame Martha's...
It's true.
I have many fond... When I was a child, we would visit my aunt and uncle often. They would lavish attention upon... I went to see Aunt Hannah after my uncle passed away, but...
Oscar, I'd like you to...
But my training is not yet complete.
I warned you I might not be the easiest of masters. But I'm not as hard-hearted as that. Rebuild her home.
Yes, my lord. Thank you. I will not forget this kindness, my lord. I shall go to Eastport. But as soon as the rebuilding work is complete, I promise to return.
If it's knowledge you seek,
Lord Marquis, you seem unwell. I know His Grace has asked that I remain here with your people. But if you were to require my services, I could leave for the Free Cities at once.
Goodness, you're as pale as a poltergeist. Why don't you sit down and have a nice bowl of Molly's Brown? Cole said it was an army of Akashians.
How are we supposed to do our duty?
We'll be heading back to Canberra soon. Let us know if you need an escort.
how indeed. I lost an entire day.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Come to claim your just desserts. You earned this. Come again. I may have more for you.
To my boils if Tyre ain't around, eh?
Master Sid, have you seen His Highness the Prince? We were to dine together, or so I was going to suggest. Before he vanished, that is. I suppose now I'll just have to ask God.
It says here that once turned, an Akashi.
Clive. What is it that you wish to learn?
Here you are.
I have the details here. Once more? Very well. Very good.
How are we supposed to do?
Clive? But if you're here, where the hell is everyone else?
They're all right.
You lot don't do things by halves, do you? Well, at least everyone's still breathing. Now, as for these writings, I'm sorry to say, Clive, but if you had those, you'd be...
Sitting under a pile of rubble, I know.
But we were able to save a few bits and pieces from the ruins, most of which ended up being used to build this place. The more personal items we gave to the next of kin. In the case of Sid's things, that would have been mid.
Then I'll check the workshop.
I try not to think too much about what was lost the day Titan attacked. If only it was just Sid's life's work.
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone, then...
Do you think Mid's ship will ever sail? This looks like it's from Sid's old diary. But you'll already have read it. I'd better keep looking.
I know this is your hideaway, but you really shouldn't be in here. If Mid caught you rifling through her research, she'd have your head. Then mine for letting you.
That leather loosener was only the first of the discoveries the Alembic gonna help us make. Just you wait, Sid. Just you wait.
What do we have here? Oh, Sid's pipes. Something tells me Mid won't be needing these. I remember seeing this doll in Sid's cellar. I wonder if it was Mid's. Huh. What's this tucked inside it? Sid's best invention. So Sid hid something in Mid's first opus. What would that be? Perhaps Otto might know.
We've had no word from Canva for days.
Miss Shirley, how can we learn to be clever like Miss Midadol?
You can start by paying attention during your lessons.
Well, did you find anything?
Possibly. You wouldn't happen to know what Mid's first opus was?
Opus? That girl's as tone deaf as a bent, unless you mean the orchestrion. She couldn't have been more than, what, 11, 12 when she cobbled that thing together? It surprised us all, not least her dad. You should have seen how proud he was. What's that battered old box have to do with anything?
I think Sid may have hidden something.
Wouldn't surprise those two and their bloody treasure hunts. Half the things in the hideaway were hidden one time or another. The equestrians in the tub and crown, it's always been.
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling?
You don't know what you're talking about. The odour's what gives Chance's stew its depth. And that's what makes it superior to any old lizard livers.
Oh, please. Have you even tried the fried mortress? Taste, smell, texture. It beats your beloved stew hands down on every count. Now that's a masterpiece.
A shadow looming in his path, his life hung by a thread. Yet still he clung unto the mast and bellowed, all ahead.
Welcome back, Sid.
Oh, you're not leaving already, are you?
I didn't break it. Well, I didn't break it.
What didn't you break?
Nothing. We didn't break nothing. We definitely didn't break the orchestrion.
What's wrong with it?
It's broken. Except when it isn't. See?
And you had nothing to do with this?
Nope. Nothing. We just wanted to listen to all the songs at once. So we pressed all the buttons. Like this. See?
All too well. All right, out of the way. Something caught on one of the gears.
Did you break it? Can you fix it?
No, I mean... There. How about now?
You fixed it! Sid fixed it! He more than fixed it! Yeah, new music!
Huh. Never heard this one before.
They started playing when I removed this. Whatever it is.
Well, don't look at me. I can tell you it's important, though. Sid showed it to me once and said as much. Said it was the stuff dreams were made of. Let's just hope it's the stuff ships are made of as well.
Indeed. Let's see if we can make some dreams come true.
Just the two I was looking for.
Aye, aye. Lose a patient?
Actually, yes. The Crown Prince just left.
Dion left?
Unless you've another word for stood up and walked off. Yes, left. He did have the decency to leave a message with Obelisk before commandeering one of his dinghies. Should we go after him?
No. We're not the Prince's keepers. He's free to do as he sees fit.
I'd rather he did so in bed. His wounds are nowhere near healed. Much like yours, I suspect. Otto told me what happened in Canver. What is it with this realm's princes and their aversion to rest?
Ask me when I get back. Though I may be sometime.
Then at least try to stay safe.
And if that fails, try to stay alive, eh?
Every moment I waste here, the further the flagship sails. I have to get back.
All right, Clive. Blackthorn told me you helped him out again. Speaking of which...
Worried about him.
Afraid so. It's a bit of a funny one. So, obviously, I show it to Blackthorn, thinking he'll be impressed. Only for him to go white as a sheet and quiet as try as I might, I can't for the life of me work out what could have got him upset. And seeing as how Blackthorn opens up when you're around,
I'd speak to him again. Well, I suppose...
Cheers, Clive.
I'll be sure to pay him a visit as soon as I have a moment.
All right, I'll meet you by the forge then. You come along...
Go on then. They're all waiting for you. Wouldn't want them saying I kept you.
She can't kick this up, man. Glory to Griga. There you are.
What's happened?
Taya's busy working herself into an early grave. Since the arrival of her latest patient, I've tried offering to see to him in her stead, but she won't. Clive, she hasn't left the infirmary in days. She's pushing herself too hard. Will you talk to her? Order her to her chambers if that's what it takes. Because if she keeps this up, I fear that...
I know better than to order Taya to do anything. But I'll speak to her.
Thank you. Say whatever you must, but get her to rest. I'm not physical enough to fill her shoes should we lose her.
Well, Taya, Rodriguez worried about you. And if what he says is true, then so am I. We all admire your dedication, but you do need to rest.
I will, when it's time. Until then, I'm staying put. We owe him that much.
Who is he?
Someone from my past. Someone who does... It won't be much longer. The crystals, if I had the tears, I could ease his passing. But without them, we've nothing that will touch the agony.
How would tears help this man?
Not my tears. Tears of mercy. Alicia.
You wouldn't Talia. There must be something we can...
Sometimes an easy death is the greatest kindness we can offer. You do well to remember that, Rodrigue.
We have all the ingredients we need for Alicia Balwam. It needs to be fresh, though, so we rarely have much. I can make the draft if you can bring...
Just tell me what you need.
There is a species of venom-weeping spider that lives in the forests of Norvent, near Lorbert's Pass. Bring me one of their eyes. Preserve it as best you can, but avoid contact with the tears. I'll make sure the other ingredients are ready before you return.
Thank you, Clive. I won't forget this. If it was me lying there, I know he'd do me the same kindness.
All right. You deserve a rest. Rodrigue could have mentioned his spiders would be the size of curls. Hopefully one will be enough. Rodrigue will have prepared the other ingredients by now.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi.
Thank goodness you're back.
Is this what you need?
Yes, it is. I'm loath to give a patient Alicia, but like a single dose dulls even the most agonizing, but it may be a gentle way to die. I wish there was another way.
How are you feeling?
Light. Mid-here. Drifting.
Good. Just relax. Let the waves carry you to a better place.
Thank you, Daya. I'm...
He's gone. Thank you, Rodrigo. And you, Clive?
I'll see that he's properly laid to rest.
The man you helped today was my mentor, back in the Southern Isles. On the front line, I was still a child when they shipped me to their triage tents to treat, but in such blighted lands, I was next to useless. Until he taught me the truth.
An art we would be lost without.
Tears of mercy were his gift to the bearers of the world. A respite from the agony.
And a kindness Sid would have...
You know as well as I what life is like for a bearer soldier. Marched from one battle to the next, never knowing which might... A commander may care nothing for the bearer spent in his service. But my mentor's gift gave the dying one fleeting moment of tranquility. I've no tears left, Clive. I've seen too many of my friends. Something needs to change, and we need to be the ones to...
And we will. I promise.
I hope so. Clive, I wanted to give you something for the kindness you showed my mentor.
What's this?
A chest of all the medicines you're ever likely to need. Seeing as you're so reluctant to come to the infirmary, I thought you might as well.
I'm sure it will be very helpful, Taya.
And work Rodrigo all the harder, you mean? He's a quick study. I'll take that particular piece of advice when you heed it yourself. Besides, who else is going to see that your brother takes his medicine?
Who indeed?
I'm glad I was there for his final moments. He deserved the peace he chose.
If bearers were truly free, we wouldn't need to make decisions like these.
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone.
Miss Shirley, how can we learn to be clever?
Sid! Heard you were in Canva fetching young Ned.
Sid, do you recall...
Vaguely.
I'm afraid so. I was able to get most... I fear the soil here does not agree with it. However, I believe...
I can't wait to hear it.
I'm going to marry the Morganbeards with Morbles. I know. Morbles are possessed of a highly choleric temperament. The fire which drives them appears to be maintained by an abundance of nutrient-rich ether drawn from their... I believe that by grafting a Morble vine to a Morganbeard, the appendage's wealth of vigor-inducing nutrients might well stimulate the flower to... The endeavor, I assure you, is scientifically sound. I simply need a vine to prove the theory. That is correct. As for the Morble, I fear ordinary may not suffice. But, as luck would have it, a most extraordinary specimen is rumored to haunt the swamps of Rosaria. Why, a notice concerning this very creature was only recently posted on the hunt board.
How timely.
Well, I shan't keep you any longer. I know you have much to do, as do I. Now, where did I put my watering can? Those who encountered this Morble in Rosaria claim it was as large as a house. Think of all the ether it must have consumed to attain such a prodigious size. Its vines will be bursting with untold vigor.
Which song should we...
Cole said it was an army of a cash.
then. That was definitely anything but ordinary. Now, let's get this vine back to the yard.
Still alive, are you? Go on, then. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Is that all? Sorry to drag you into this again. You're the only one he'll open up to.
He's a surly soaker.
Sid, I can't help but notice that your satchel is twitching in a most violent manner.
Here. It's your problem now.
What an amazing specimen. The flesh positively throbs with When I successfully grab... It is just as I hoped. Witness how the Morganbeards have taken to the blighted soil. How they bloom with heretofore... Why, I dare say such a vine graft would yield similar results when applied to others.
I'm glad I could be of assistance.
You've not only helped us, Sid. Do you recall the extract with which I provided you? I took a moment to distill some more, but this time with the petals from the invigorated Morganbeards. And you must accept this phial as thanks for your assistance. The rest, I shall give to Taya. Allow me to thank you again, Master Sid. I do believe you have quite a knack for this sort of work. Should you ever grow tired of saving the realm, we would happily welcome your assistance here in the backyard on a permanent basis. I jest, of course.
A few more of these, and the Deadlands will seem less dead.
These flowers are beautiful. We have to boil them all down to make medicine.
On the continent, they play music for their crops.
Bloody hell, Clive. Not this again. Oh.
Ain't you got better things to do with your time?
That remains to be seen. August tells me he showed you a ring, and that the sight of it clearly upset you. Would you mind telling us why?
Come on, mate. Bottling it up ain't gonna help no one. If it weren't the ring, and it was something I said, then I'm sorry.
It was the ring. It brought back some unhappy memories.
Memories of what?
There are things we'd all rather leave behind, Blackthorn.
And sometimes it doesn't. Is that...
Don't be like that.
Fine. If it'll get you off my... That ring he flashed was the work of Zoltan. We apprenticed together.
You've never mentioned him.
Why would I? Ain't seen him in decades, and the last time I did the ring brought it all back. I could tell it was one of his the moment I saw it. Fast has improved, though. More than I thought possible.
So it was a nice ring. Worth a few gil, maybe.
It matters, because engraving metal's a nightmare, and I've got no bloody idea how he managed. The fact is, I couldn't make anything.
So what? You're an
I'm the Hideaway's master. I'm not stealing a living at some backwater village forge. My armor keeps you lot safe, and my swords keep you dangerous. As far as I'm concerned, every swing of my hammer's another blow struck in the name of our cause. So I put my heart and soul because the curse breakers deserve better than second best. And I refuse to be shown up by the likes of Zoltan.
Very well. Why don't we go and pay him a visit?
I doubt he'd be too...
Then just this once. Swallow your pride and focus all your energies on the top, keeping the curse breakers armed and armored. Provided you can do that, you'll hear no complaints from me. But if you can't, and it's got...
What'd you say, Blackthorn? It's not like you'll be going...
All right.
Magic. So, where do you reckon...
In Dravost, my old village. He won't have left.
Dravost, eh? That rings a bell. Just north of the fields of Carava. Got that, Clive? Meet us at Dravost as soon as you can, yeah? And I'll make sure Blackthorn don't get cold feet.
Good luck with that. Kicked out already?
No. This charmer ain't...
Why are the gates closed?
Chief's orders. No one's allowed. Not that I'd have let you in anyway. I suggest you...
That's what I'm trying to do, you little... Ain't changed a bit, have you, Snotty?
No. It isn't.
Long time no see.
What the hell are you doing?
Well, it was meant to be a surprise, but since I'm here to see Zoltan, you fucking numbskull.
All right. Just...
Yeah, I promise I won't throw the first punch.
Go on, then.
Much obliged.
So this is Dravost. Not much going on, is there?
It's a smithing town. When I was a lad, you'd have to shout to be heard over the sound of hammer on anvil. Clive, you're good with people. You speak to Zoltan.
Hey, you ain't backing out now, are you?
There's a river of bad blood between me and the chief. But if someone can build me a bridge, then I'll cross it.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
I appreciate it. He'll be near the forge on the hill. It was our master's. He'd have inherited it when I left.
The forge on the hill?
Good luck.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Good day. Here you are. May we meet again. Isn't there anything we can do to help? Doesn't seem fair the menfolk having to deal with all this.
Sorry, but if none of you lot can smell ore anymore...
Miners only. Can't have you tripping headfirst into a pile and bringing the old...
Watch it, stranger. There's a fault up ahead. Take a look if you want, but slip and you won't be coming back.
Mama, why hasn't Papa come back?
He's helping the chief with something
Should be enough to last us a few moons, at least.
That's my obituary written in.
Hotter! Hotter, damn it! Those miserable flames wouldn't melt butter, let alone iron.
Pardon the intrusion. I'm looking for the chief.
That'd be me.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'll bet it is. Keep the gates closed, I tell him. Well done, Snotty. You're not welcome here. Get out. Before things turn nasty.
Blackthorn's here.
What did you say?
He's traveled a long way to see you.
Yes, has he?
He's waiting. Down by the gates.
Then I suggest you take him with you when you leave.
Didn't you apprentice together?
So what if we did? Fuck! We're getting nowhere! These bearers' flames are next to bloody useless!
We're never going to be able to fire up the forges unless we can find some new crystals. I'm a busy man, as you can see, so do me a favor and piss off. Oh, and if you're struggling to find your way out, ask Blackthorn. That prick knows exactly where the exit is. He's not wanted here. And neither are you.
All right. I'm going.
Please, Chief, you've got to do something. If this keeps up, we'll be ruined. Please, Chief, you've got to do something. If this keeps up, we'll be ruined. Please, Chief, you've got to do something. If this keeps up, we'll be ruined.
myself clear. Piss off.
It's no use. The flames just aren't hot enough.
I suppose we could try working copper instead. If we had the ore.
Mama, why hasn't Papa come back yet?
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Let me guess.
As a personal favor.
Well, at least he didn't.
There'll be no talking him round.
Which is what exactly? If we're to help, what turned the village again?
I left. Dravost. Zoltan. The burden of leadership our dying master dropped in. There are two kinds of smith. My kind, who are in it for the love of who labour on a single piece from dawn to dusk, and the other kind, who are in it for different reasons. People like Zoltan, whose work is the kind of smiths who shit out a few hundred blades, reap the profit, and divvy it out among themselves. There wasn't a single day we weren't at each other's throats. And bit by bit, people started taking sides. You would have torn Dravost in half had it gone on. So, I left.
You didn't have to do that.
Zoltan's a better chief than I would have been. His way of doing things kept food on people's tables. Dravost prospered without me and my lot until the crystals run out at any rate. Without magic.
It depends on how you look at it, though. There's got to be other ways of making fire.
Thanks to Sid's ingenuity, yeah. He saw all of this coming. Knew crystals were the problem, not the solution. And spent years coming up with ways of doing what...
You know what I mean, though, right? What I'm trying to say is that it's not your fault. You could...
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. I don't want to be the greatest smith alive just because I happen to be the last. Clive. Dravost won't last long without its furnaces. So, do you think it's time we shared Sid's bellows with the world? The way I see it, it's your decision to make.
Hold on, Blackthorn. Sid made those things for us. They give us an edge over the rest. And you'd be throwing it away.
All right. Do it. This place was your home. I won't... Sid's creations were never meant to be hoarded. Let this be another step on the road to freeing Valisthea from the prison of Dravost. Will show the world that it's possible. Wouldn't you agree, August?
When you put it that way, of course. It's like hearing Sid speak from beyond the grave.
Thank you, Clive.
Shall I go and fetch the plans, then?
I know I'm off by heart. I'll be needing some help, though. Building a furnace isn't exactly us a favour, and round up anyone strong enough to lug a brick or two, would you?
All right.
And I've got a job for you too, Clive. Finding me some salamander skin. I need leather for the bellows, and nothing else will withstand the heat. Luckily for us, salamanders feed out.
Time for a spot of hunting, then.
Sid tried all sorts of leather to make those bellows, but salamander skin was the only kind that worked. Luckily for all our sakes, salamanders aren't too hard to find around here.
Don't worry, I'll get Blackthorn the help he needs. Once I've worked out who hates us the least.
Blackthorn's got some nerve coming back here.
Come on. Run like the wind. All right. Let's make this quick, shall we?
Fine hand.
I dare say that will be enough for a decent set of bellows. Good girl.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Holding back. I can walk from here.
Ready, go? Faster!
No mistakes. Thanks, girl. Come on.
Fly, Ambrosia.
This won't be easy.
What's this all about, then?
Dunno.
Good news, Clive.
Some kind of new invention.
When I told people we'd be building them a new furnace, they were practically falling over themselves to help. Talk about changing their tune, eh?
Any trouble finding the skin?
Nothing I couldn't handle.
There should be plenty. Right then, time to put these louds to work. If everyone pulls their weight, we'll be finished in no time.
Well, I'll be damned. I honestly didn't think it'd work. But it's hot enough, all right. And without a single crystal in sight.
You know what this means, don't you?
I do, yeah. Dravost is saved.
Sorry about earlier. That thing you built us is... You saved up.
It's Blackthorn you should be thanking. What is it?
Pit coal cinders. After he left, I spent years trying to eke the most out of... That there was my answer. Chuck it in the fire, and our secret for yours. I've always envied, since the day I became chief. I spent no amount of sleepless nights at the anvil will ever bridge that gap, though. But he took all his... Is it any wonder I hate...
The cinders would mean more coming from...
I need to forgive him first.
Well, you know what they say. Oriflamme weren't built in a day and all that. These things take time. Especially when they involve two geezers who hold grudges tighter than their hammers. But what matters is, Blackthorn's got that twinkle back in his eye. And I'd call... I reckon he's going to be at it a while yet, though, so why don't you head off without us? I'll see that the old git gets home safe.
See that you both do.
All right. It'll be a nice... He's still explaining the ins and outs of the new forge, so I doubt we'll be going anywhere for a bit. No sense you waiting around anyway. He's still explaining the ins and outs of the new forge.
Don't go thinking those cinders mean I've forgiven Blackthorn. Because I haven't, and I won't. But knowing how much they improve my work, I can only imagine what they'll do for him.
Things are going to take some getting used to.
Yeah. Give it a week, and you'll wonder why you ever bother with crystals. Let's run through it again, shall we?
Gentlemen, I see you both made it home.
Yeah, well, we didn't want to outstay help. The whole village turned out for a go on the bellows after you left. Everyone except Zoltan has. Didn't see I'd not.
Oh, but that reminds me.
Gold cinder? How'd you come by it? And you're sure he wanted me to have it?
I'm sure. He didn't say so, but I think he wants to forgive you.
Yeah. You know I could never leave this place, don't you? Every time you put on mail, you and the curse breakers there's no greater honor for us. I'm not about to go crawling back to Zoltan for forgiveness. But I will, and if that helps save even a single life. What was it you said he called me? Huh? A genius? And he spent... Sounds like I better get to work.
It's good to see you back on form, Black.
I don't know how you pair put up with me sometimes. But I'm grateful. Now, where was I? Oh.
Ain't got the art to tell him how similar they are. Stubborn bastard.
A little healthy competition should be...
You're not wrong. It's a shame him and Zoltan couldn't let by. No use grumbling about it now, though. Blackthorn's happy. or as near to happy as he gets.
Trouble with your gear, or... So, what'll it be? That it? Fine.